Forgot the cider made like a grating sound. Hello everybody. Welcome to Of the Devil, which I am going into pretty blind as far as the actual content of it. I've had a friend compare it to Ace Attorney, which I have a marginal knowledge of. I know the first one pretty reasonably. I mostly know that a lot of people are kind of crazy over the main character, which is always a respectable thing to do, is go crazy over women. Let me see. Didn't look through the settings very much. But there's not much to look through, I suppose. I tweaked the things I knew I needed to tweak. Socials. Assume the creators of social media tabs. A little bit of preamble. This is the free portion of the game, which is the prologue, the like chapter 0 as it may be. Depending on how this goes, how well I like it, and also how much disposable income I have in the future, will determine if I end up like playing more than this. So this might be at least temporarily a one-off stream. But we'll see. And I don't know if I will need a controller at all, but I have one ready. I like the little cursor. Okay. In case. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Morgan. Criminal attorney. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown and always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. Girl, you are going to burn that cigarette to nothing before you take a single hit off of it. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until... My phone? Currently texting with State System. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Cool. I love the little heart. Everyone should, no matter their actual demeanor, should pretext their job with peace and casualty and whimsy. Keep them guessing. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. Disable tutorials, you can turn them back on in settings. I will not. I will enable tutorials because I have never touched this before. I don't know how much it, which I'll try not to draw the comparisons the entire time. But I don't mean it in a unfavorable way. I don't know if it's drawing any intentional influence from Ace Attorney. I know that the base conceit of a legal system so strict that basically everyone who's arrested is found guilty is shared between them, but not necessarily that hard of a concept to come up with how fucked up most legal systems in the world today actually are. Unfortunately. But even if it, has gameplay similarities, I have not actually played any of those myself, so what knowledge I have of those won't help me either which way. Welcome. Big giant crack on the screen. Precinct 254. 254? String not found. This desk is programmed for check-in and information only. If you are experiencing an emergency, please use our universal contact number at string not found. It's not what you want to see. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Okay. Ooh. Just kinda, oh okay, there's a menu up top. Don't know what that means exactly. Probably auto scroll. Log, of course, that's always useful. Terms. Oh, okay, hold on. Search results for hologram. Noun, a 3D image formed by light. Enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin, holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a face range of at least 180 degrees. An effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomenon. Originally patented in late 2059, Watterson's phenomenon was initially used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. Holograms did not become widely adopted as an advertising tool until the much maligned? I've never known how to say that properly. Holoday season of 2061, after which laws restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed with uncharacteristically universal support. We're sorry to see that you've installed a subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized tech impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutines so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience. Haunting. Oh, okay, hello. Got a whole phone screen. No profiles. No reading list. No evidence. I don't think I really need to save or load anything right now. Settings, I assume, are all the same as on the high roller mode. That's probably something I don't want to worry about right now. Search terms, I was just in store. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes me to the Steam page or something. Okay. I guess let's go here first. I need to get a big drink of water real quick. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. And I got a credit, and an achievement. Can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planing equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. A datapad? I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Subway fixes axed. City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid superinfrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subway last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters' and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning routine. Commute. I don't know why I got that mixed up. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with a radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels. But momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. Though one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme, In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Around the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time, for reasons we do not fully understand, are we too? It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. See, it's unrealistic because actual paywalled articles don't let you read even this much of the article. So the canopy is a system of trams and highways and walkways and skyscrapers in the air above the streets. Interesting. Ballsy of them putting the paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on... Well, the city will be focusing on the canopy. Subterra's a little tertiary right now, it sounded like. Media literate, choose the proper takeaway after reading an article. Fuck yes. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Yeah, I don't want to worry about that yet, I think. Hello, and thank you so much for the resub. How's it going? An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. The museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. Dentist morning. Ugh. Scary. Dentistry feels like that, like... both more necessary than, like... considered to be, which is annoying in its own way, and also viewed as more of a luxury than it should be, which is annoying in a different way, plus all the annoyances of normal doctor visits. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. I think that was the last thing. It's whack. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of Silverplane coverage, courtesy of Caduceus as a reward for any Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Oh. It booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great. Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call Intake Hollows charming. More like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far so good, was it? Scan my card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card, and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday's... uh-oh, hold on. Okay, I have a profile. Date of birth, December 26th, awesome. Height, 175 centimeters. I'm not very good at calculating between centimeters and feet inches, but that's a pretty reasonable height, I think. Blood type AB-, AB-, criminal defense attorney, likes puzzles, smoking, wooden furniture, dislikes commercials, hairdressers, jogging. Talent can fall asleep at any position is pretty good. Drinks decaf and whiskey sours. December 26th. Okay, those can wait a minute. I'm in the middle of them. December 26th. Sixth is one of my least favorite words to say. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection, dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office, through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now. So you could go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right, thank you. This whipped very quickly around from you are not immune to propaganda, even in the form of, like, automated customer service in the form of a cute girl, too. Even the automated customer service propaganda machine in the form of a cute girl is an overworked and underpaid employee. Which, I mean, they can both be true at the same time, and probably are. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. Oh, they've got the, when the song changes, it pops up in the corner. That's fun. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice. No, voices coming from down the hall. Hello? Compared to yours? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow that. Could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you learning about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. So why else would you bother to print all that out? Good woman. Hi, how's it going? One document or 100 looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, or their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that. Sick in bed at all. No good at all. Everyone on planet Earth is having medicals this morning. I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? Crime is apparently at an all-time low, but I haven't interfaced with any of it just yet. No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. Good cop? No such thing, but I appreciate the implication. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, Counselor. Kasim? London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Give me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. Ahem. We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? Depart from me, foul notification. Would be a great time to know the, is it from Hamlet? Outdamed spot? Unfortunately, I've never heard of Shakespeare in my life, but thank you so much. Two whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene? No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Shakespeare, you throw that. Well, if you shake it, maybe you can scare someone into thinking you're gonna throw it and they'll leave first. If you throw it, you might lose it. The spear is rare and valuable. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? The intimidation factor, exactly. She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. How? So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. Oh, I like her little grin here, her little wicked face. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities at the Rockula Thunder? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net. Everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. Kafka colors. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I really like that, I'm trying to remember what else does it. I want to say maybe Danganronpa, but I haven't properly seen anything from Danganronpa in years. And then the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure anime, especially. Maybe some of the other versions of it that are, like, animated, like the games, but I don't remember for sure. The, like, color changing to, like, shifting, like, the whole palette to fit the mood. Like, the characters have, like, default canon colors with, like, I guess quotation marks around that, but especially, like, I guess it's a thing to help differentiate the internal monologues in this one. Explicitly inspired by both Ace Attorney and Danganronpa. Awesome, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the art style in general is very nice. Also, hello and welcome. Don't remember if I read this line already. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet straight through the heart. Body left to die where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that? It's a whole different beast. It takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. Oh, this was Reyes. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. That's not horrific, but it sounds robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that sounds erotic? Sounds homoerotic. No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky. I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. But they don't commit murder. Right. I mean, once again, implying that all the soldiers and cops and shit aren't murdering anyone. Evil like Heartbreak is all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders? Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's sixth victim was found a few hours ago, when we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is this Heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files. And the ARCs, of course. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I've got you out here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to look at. Let me read over my files and stuff. London. Born May 5th. 186 centimeters, 78 kilograms, B+, B positive. Homicide detective first class. Likes photography, dive bars, bangs. Dislikes ties, pollen, after hours work messages. Who doesn't? Listens to podcasts. Kill this guy. Hobby, pencil sketching, frequently running late. So I guess the last three are kind of a fill in some fun, personalized stuff. October 19th, 162, 63, A minus, negative. I don't care. It's not real. Homicide detective third class. So one of them markedly outranks the other, but I don't know which. Likes rice, limes, automotive history. Dislikes liars, small plates, and cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews. Bad at games of chance. Right eye. Osiris Elite 86. And heartbreak. Likes killing, dislikes getting caught. Favorite color probably red. Zodiac sign probably not into astrology. Rewards suspended due to influx of false reports. Okay. Definitely kind of a swag design. I guess we'll see, like... Oh, okay, the center is my monies. Oh, we've had a few here. Okay, data pads. A mid-sized portable electronic device for use inside local networks. The lightweight portable electronic devices known as data pads have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Originally marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, datapads quickly became infamous for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. It wasn't until they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that datapads found success in the private and public sectors, where their ability to display location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, datapads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. What if there's a... hold on a moment. I was wondering if there was a way to bring the music history up. I'm digging this song. I like this. Conductive resin, an industrial polymer capable of programmed electrical conduction. Though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices, where its unique properties allow it to act as both a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. There are upwards of 100 different patented varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases, industries, and environments. But they are all fairly lightweight and fragile except for the small handful formulated for military and security applications. Because of its widespread use in high-turnover products such as datapads and smartphones, producers of conductive resin are frequently accused of engineered obsolescence by consumer rights groups, though these claims have never been proven before a court. Screen cracked? Schedule a fix here. Automated dependent. The legal designation for any intelligent electronic entity. Abbreviated as AD and referred to in common conversation as AD or ADS, automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. ADS are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, hobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. Because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs, the term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace, robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. ARCS. Augmented Reality Crime Scene is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities, ARC systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. This will happen. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Mediacasters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed. Interesting. Reading list. Subways abandoned. This looks like the article I already saw. Cool. So unless I want to get the information back, I don't need to worry about rereading my reading list stuff. Let's see. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Reyes's desk. Keeping a workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single note of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. Mean to her. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily, alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper, I'll give him that. Latest Noble Androids receive a warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16, Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of Androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm Androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to the increased maintenance cost. Cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm Androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their Androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their products. And by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Usher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest #Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Usher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still, "Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help keep you reading?" I don't like that. He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Dunno if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... too frail, I think. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. I do like the poker chips a lot. All we just saw was devils. And came tumbling in. This is also, hold on. I'm working on it. This message is what Doom Guy would say if there was like an event on the moon space station or whatever. I don't know. You get what I'm going for. Doom Guy if he was Moe instead of Doom Guy. If Doom Guy had Clown Girl energy. This is how we can bring Doom back into relevance. Actually, a Doom-like game, but you play as like a clown girl with clown-themed attacks would go pretty hard. Like modern Doom, Doom Eternal, or like Ultra Kill, that type of vibe. I would play this. Loose wires, missing panels, and an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I'm playing it for the first time. I expected to find a lot of belt-tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare-bones. I'm generally more interested in first-time streaming games, especially like if I think they might have like a puzzle element or something comparable to a puzzle element. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. I immediately forgot what was just said. Hold on. Let me get rid of this notification. Oh, just about the office. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. I like it a decent amount so far. I love the vibes of it, the aesthetics of it. I haven't gotten to anything particularly tangible since I've been reading all the extra stuff, but maybe their job is easy, what with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only State Department with a shrieking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. Got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. Yeah, I love that there's like... She kind of got to play up like a pseudo-bimbo energy. Which was pretty cool. And also, yeah, make some good, it's like if you got to play it's like if a Phoenix Wright witness was Phoenix Wright. Granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. I assume this was... As I was reading it, I realized this is probably meant to be like... They like you to be kind of authoritarian. But I read it... I kind of like the idea more that's meant to say the state likes you to be an authoritarian, but with a little thrown in to be, like, demeaning. Oh, the state wants you to be a little fascist, huh? That also doesn't quite get the point across. Hold on. What's another, like... whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. Not authoritarian little. Literally 2084. Thank you. link.uxi/433511. Being a brat to the automated chat, real. Alright, if I project from my phone... I wanted to... I was wondering. I was wondering if it would work. Because it would be a really cute little piece of, like... what's the word? Interactivity, I guess? What? Huh? What? Hold on. It said... So usually if something is automated, it highlights what was caught and gives a reason, like... I don't know, like misogyny or homophobia or whatever. It didn't highlight anything. It just pops up like... I've already forgotten what it said. It was like this... It said this is like a beta implementation, and it tried to automate it based on, like... my, like... moderation history? I wonder... Twitch AI bots. I wonder if, like, I mean, first of all, I would not put it out of pressure at all for it to just be a complete false flag. Out of pressure? I'm inventing new sentences, don't worry about it. But I do wonder if maybe it was, like, most of the time that there's a message that says anything about, like, a website, it's one of those automated, like, buy viewers here messages, and I just ban those users every time they pop up. So Twitch was like, "Well, you don't like when people talk about websites in your chat, so we're gonna catch this." Yeah. Sexuality, sex, or gender. It did flag both different phrases of "you're gay." My user's here now. Let me get a quick drinky water. Alright. Let's see what the police have. Oh, no. What the police have and what they think is important. I thought that was a sentence cutting off mid-sentence. Thank yous for the stay hydrated. Okay. So it was 27 degrees. I assume Celsius. Okay. Playing Hitman. A stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. I bet like an Agent 47 pastiche would go hard as an Ace Attorney. The obligatory Ace Attorney witness or suspect who seems extremely, extremely, extremely guilty and is the like guy that Edgeworth or whoever has decided to like. No, wait. Not the main suspect. The like obligatory like witness who seems super guilty and isn't. Even a little bit. Agent 47 wouldn't have done the crime, but he would kill one of the other witnesses at the end of the case. It would lead into the like the super serious like second to last case of the game. I always forget they name. I mean, to be fair, his favorite what's the word? False name. Pseudonym is a fucking like, yeah, Tobias Reaper. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm while shards of glass were scattered. Far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. And there's something back here that I'm not quite sure what it's meant to be. The same with that over there, but seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. The murder weapon. A revolver found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Let me mouse around, because that's surely going to be the most important thing. Just going to scope around. That's a classic first move. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss. Atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart in brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris? Flag as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? Oh, ow! Can't walk around, can I? Hold on, I have my controller. Whoa! Sorry, I've got plugged in a PlayStation 4 DualShock. And I forget that these things have a gyroscope in them, but that's what I'm doing right now. I'm not touching any buttons, any control sticks, I'm just twisting the darn thing. I bet it goes hard to play a first-person shooter on one of these. But yeah, there's no walkaboutsies that I can do. I think I'm fine just sticking to the mouse for comfort. Okay, so what the hell is that? Something in the victim's hand? How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and... Hold on, why is auto on? Hey, stop that. Treprexosone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. Thank you for the self-care blast. Generalized twitch. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Maybe. Everything else here is all very incriminating. But the kicker's everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. But not much more. She could have eaten 3 billion bananas in a fraction of a second and it wouldn't have changed the cause of death. Internet of Things refers to the networked data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications and prosthetics, and of course automated dependents. Excuse me. all comprise small but vital parts of this network. Without IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information, massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs. Small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Yeah, okay, I hate that. Has some evidence. Flat. Same handiwork as Prev 5. Lab message to confirm ballistics match 2. Okay, no, I already did. The case's clasps are surprisingly difficult to open. Interesting. No unexpected DNA or crumbs present, or fingerprints, yeah. Well, my running theory is that I can't even say how serious this is. Need a premium account to access the non-sponsored results at all is really fucked, yeah. The guy just happened to be carrying, like, a second vase that had the gun in it, but he dropped it, and it shattered with enough force to make the gun go off and kill the victim. Case closed. Not guilty. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Brat! What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Well, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. I like the little, like, the chibi that wobbles as this character texts. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps. Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomach ache. Said. Gotta be like... youth endangerment? Depraved indifference or some kind of shit? Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? This is, this is like equestrian fit. This is like the jockey drip. This is horseback polo uniform to me. I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. Could be Newsy Trip too, but I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder is like... Old-fashioned murder like Hardy B is like... quaint. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up Lost Cause? Probe knows work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concerned nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday, I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's up with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 AM, kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. Shit. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. So how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already? They really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare. To say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try to get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So the serial killer chose his victims at random, if they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that, they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? Cousins? They look like cousins to you? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You're really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman. Brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hints. So you think what, exactly? That Carlos Flat wants to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first. Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on the... What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. You know, you oven the cold shoe, love out the hot, eat the shoe? It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me. What did she mean by that? Give me the timeline. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth, but we've managed thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So the interviewed witnesses sounds eerily similar to real police work. Whoa! Her cursed eye. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. But it didn't really sound like a struggle, right? Like, there was stuff thumped around, but... she didn't have any sign of, like, having grabbed someone. She was holding her pill container. Someone wanted it to look like a struggle. But things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right. Emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m., and then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood, at which point they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand, singular? Your client's modded. Cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a... how? 85 Habilis. Industrial grade, looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to Class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of... well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just... Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54. 6-chambered 10mm. Calver? How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin. And no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah. 24/7 location data, time-stamped trigger pulls, safeties coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? How else do you think he'd have gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's model year 2054. A 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have had to be over 30 years old too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks. Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel's shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug-and-play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The Calver your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize, then. You believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend. And then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his effect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that? People react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Let me flick through. Diane Don was a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Peregrine Laboratories. No known connection with previous victims. The coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve matches that of the victim. His prosthetic. The success of the prosthetic and its sister products went a long way towards securing state contracts for Howe Industries. Of course, the revolver. Flat is silhouetted for us for now. Charged with first-degree homicide, with 2 previous civil disturbance marks, but not charged for anything. Registered at birth, Class 4 industrial modification, known affiliates and psych eval both pending. Digital autopsy. A postmortem examination of an individual's electronic footprint. The law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentication on, and investigating all of deceased individuals' online profiles. Commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. The widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates, but many victims' families who lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by state processes. Users also frequently search for grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile. Nightmare. Yeah. Reminds me of, I keep getting like an ad from like TurboTax saying that like stolen identity is the #1 cause of tax fraud, and I kind of just don't think that's true. Like, I feel like that's a lot of shit that is made up by companies and governments to mask how much they're actually the ones responsible for that kind of shit. Pet scrubbing, the macro investigation process of scraping all unencrypted data in a given time of place. Being richer than #1 cause of tax fraud, literally. Refers to the process of scouring all available data posted on the net within a certain time frame and location range for evidence of a crime. An increasingly common technique for police departments, corporate investigators, and occasionally public relations firms. While the brute force work is performed by automated dependents, either digital or physical, experienced human supervisors must establish strict search constraints in order to produce usable results. I keep almost misreading every other word. Interest in the practice spiked when Senator Bancroft positioned it as a key pillar of his party's law and order platform, but pollings indicated voters rarely held a strong opinion on the process, and the topic has since faded from political discourse. Body modifications, aka mods, is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. While body modifications have been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures, The modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression or identity, to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at, thoracic, lumbar, or cervical, but this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems, but so far none have gained much traction. Users also frequently searched for, can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants 2086. Calver, a manufacturer of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062 when it was bought out by Thortec, an acquisitions group specializing in security and national defense. Now a subsidiary of the Lockcoon Defense Corporation. Though no guns have borne the Calver branding since production halted in 2060, the once iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071 Q2 with a series of video games memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales, before being discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase in-game item sales. Great. Okay. Hit me with androids and cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest robotic corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping, at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm, yuck. Might as well call it the adult line. Might see him in the bigger departments, or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Yet? Really? You really think that'll happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big a stretch to me. You're joking, right, android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality? I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Okay. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job at keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, Top 11 Theories on Who Hurt HK was a real weighty read. It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodworks in just a few weeks. Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, detective. National DNA Registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But you gotta spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point, haha. Linton's trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. The implicit world building and our right to privacy being alt-pol bullshit. Ugh, yeah. Like, not just the extreme prevalence of cameras, but the fact that they're not even questioned anymore. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged. And that makes them predictable. I should drop a save. Ooh. A lot of save files, but that makes sense. Hey there, it looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Until authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. The opt-in crime surveillance system, Optics, I see, is a partnership program between the state and private enterprises that allows for the free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety. Accessible through state employee logins or private partner accounts, Optics Smart UI allows users to search through and collate footage from a city of tens of millions in just a few simple keystrokes. Held message for recent bullying. Oops. Come on now. Oh, sorry, Twitch. I wouldn't want to besmirch acronym. It is pervert specifically that's getting flagged on both of these. But it's funny that it's for bullying and not for, like, sexual content or whatever. Optics is frequently cited in state reports as one of the most effective tools for reducing crime, and footage from Optics often serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings, where it is considered admissible by default. See People vs. Irawan. Users also frequently searched for public safety measures in my area, daily security level. Should stop messing up your self-expression. Yeah, that's true. How is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, man, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it, but it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunities are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You'd need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy math manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? What was the... Does he play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? HK's only overstruck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed, yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect's DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensic. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. Questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to 1 or 2 unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly going to have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. That's okay. That's some more clear Ace Attorney influences. They just like keep super critical pieces of info from me until it's like makes for the best dramatic reveal. Not a complaint. I mean, you know, giving him the Luigi treatment, yeah. Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you. It doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer, and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuffs. The cuff, that is, stays on. That worried about me. How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not going to like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. It saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the Heartbreak Killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. 3:35 a.m., June 5th, 2086. Virtual work release. Hey there. Due to the ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Gallet, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Got his note. Someone's playing Final Fantasy XIV. guy's pink. It's depressing as hell in here. We need to liven this place up. Carl's flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover. But this shouldn't take all night. What are you... Look, I already told you people, I didn't... I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well... They said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here. Kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed... Acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could have... It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already... questioned you, I'm sure. There's a bug. Oh!
Don't talk to the cops.
Don't talk to cops, ever. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So what do you want to know? Probably start about him. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. Defense Attorney Sparks from Legend of Spyro would be... unbearable.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't see it. How was, enough of it, how was, Sparks 3?
He was alright.
Any better?
He was, like... He was a little less present, which was an upside.
So much better.
And the jokes he did have were a little less egregious. And I guess Wayne Brady did a perfectly acceptable performance. It, like, if I had only played that one, it probably would have left 0 impression on me, which is still way better than the first two. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with City Engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know?
I got it slutty for the job.
He works in City Engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... I guess utilitarian? Oh yeah, I guess I can see the bits. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. She's so cool. He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye, test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA there was financial aid and resources. Yeah, I love women who lie. Of course, that got shit canned. So now me and every other model is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. What was that?
Oh, this is good.
Oh. Let me shift around a little bit. Is it this? Wow. Maya Fey in the flesh.
Kinda sad that my mic is sensitive outside of my OBS settings, but
So it goes sometimes. The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I worked the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments. Mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know? He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy, you must be... Well, the fact that that one was locked and unlocked now makes me feel like it's probably the right one. Oh my god, yeah, this is a pretty transistory world.
do you want a detail with a locked and unlocked? Or would that be backseating too much?
Yeah, sure.
The locked and unlocked ones are basically they're optional things to ask based on if you asked things if you like found out information, read things, or a previous question was asked that would like lead into having a reason to bring this up.
Okay. I kind of assumed that. If it's mostly optional, then that is good to know. Like, not necessarily always the right choice thing.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's ever a situation where you need to unlock it to get the right answer. But there's only been a tutorial a prologue and one chapter out.
Mm-hmm. One of those things that should have been part of the tutorials. Yeah, but at least if it's like hints far optional, it's not too big of a deal. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight. And this crap with Long? Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is going to come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving. Oh, the tutorials for episode 0 are broken. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't even realize, that I wasn't getting tutorials, since most of this has kind of come pretty natural.
Huh.
Giving Carlos estrogen to change her last name from Flat.
Well, she already has pretty feminine eyes. Ha 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 ha.
I'll +2 that. Carlos D. Cups. No room for engineering? Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard to not look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issue starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? Tell me about mod therapy. The process of adjusting the human mind and body for the unique challenges and stresses that come with cybernetic body mods. Typically include physical therapy, mental technique instruction, and sensitivity training. Depending on an individual's viability or lack thereof, medications and even minor viral tuning may be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements made in recent years in medical sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of the patients that require such treatment. Should be teaching about highlighted text, how takeaways from datapads work, how unlocked questions are linked to correctly learning/concluding something previously. Most of the episode 0 is at least clear enough in that regard. Yeah, so far I haven't felt like there's anything that I've not really understood. Like I said, even the unlockable dialogue options was... Even though I didn't know for sure what that meant, it was pretty easy to guess at. It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving. Never thought this would go on so long. I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said, an easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. You need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no. I'd found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning, the manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime? I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi all locked up white-knuckle tight. Hindi? Howe Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models. More info about the prosthetic. But just a rehash of what I just learned. Howe Industries is the world leader in the research, development, manufacturing, and fitting of cybernetic prosthetics for commercial and private use, and we're hiring! We're seeking motivated and passionate archivists, programmers, salespeople, and college graduates with degrees in digital archaeology, cybernetic anatomy, and more. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Hate that. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm, and I'd never work in this city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Arm-shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to Well, where in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a dead-weight, 3-jointed, landfill-bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits. It's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep, or dead. So were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in this story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Flip through. Got some new info. It's a proper profile now. Likes airports, worn shoes, firm beds. Dislikes cabs, musicals, and cashews. Favorite flower, the poppy. Student debt, sizable, luck poor.
I forget, Pirouette. Have you played / seen much Star Rail?
Only up until I basically only up until like the beginning, I guess, like the end of like the Belobog stuff.
Oh yeah, well that's far enough that I can say like it's impossible for me to read to like when I'm playing Reed Morgan dialogue in anything but the English Kafka voice.
Yeah, I don't remember if you'd shown up yet, but I noticed that one of the like color palettes that she shifts to is like exactly a Kafka purple. In addition to the other similarities. How Industries Bronzier 2081 prosthetic limb. An affordable
Mostly
model.
just that she loves being annoying.
Yeah. Customers frequently cite issues with finger articulation and quick twitch movements. Records show Carlos Flat was provided this model while his habilis is being repaired, but he claims to rarely wear it. Currently in police custody. Oops. And phantoms. Phantom pain. Pain or discomfort that the brain experiences coming from an amputated part of the body. When stimuli stops coming from a part of the body that is no longer there, the areas of the nervous system that were previously devoted to processing those sensations reconfigure themselves to still be of use. Occasionally, the brain mistakes this new sensory processing as still being associated with pain or sensation from the amputated limb. Because of the large mental element at play, therapy for phantom pain reduction necessarily involves psychological conditioning, and often the use of prosthetics. Phantom pain has become more widely experienced and understood as a result of the spread of body modification movement. Debate over whether or not the modern scene has increased or decreased public empathy for amputees and the disabled remains contentious. Did you mean phantom visions? Phantom visions are caused by faulty insulation on cybernetic eye mods, resulting in periodic electrical discharge across the retina.
Ouch!
Schedule a consultation immediately if you suspect this applies to you. Users also frequently search for "my mod hurts," "modder itching," "is my arm haunted?" Phantom pain's not because my nervous system is trying to interface with not having an arm anymore, but because a ghost is hurting me and wounding me. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly
God.
saying that out loud.
He is a lesbian.
Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out the gate. Practically headhunted, you believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, unlike... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No, Peregree Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows 1/3 of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns a mega prefix without a little throat cutting. But Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes. Corporate politics getting rough? I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try, Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working. I haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah, it must have been when we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed the line, and we both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah. Walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Whoops. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid. Thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you, or any other electronics? No. I kinda stormed off, didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint, or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details quite right. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cam's probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this, I couldn't. Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. And at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't... You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment. Street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was... The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or... There was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw... the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it! Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie.
The kind I do is I lie down with my wife.
But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. I mean, they found his prints on it, and it feels relevant to bring that up. But I wouldn't be surprised if it'll make him more nervous.
Starts to give a hint, shoves my mouth back shut. without clearance, I don't want to say anything.
I'm not necessarily gonna save scum this, but I haven't saved in a minute, and if something goes completely belly up, then this will be a good place to come back to if I think I need to. It's a fact because you were found in such close proximity to it. It's a fact? What? But that doesn't mean I ever held it. Correct. Oh, that's not good. Oh.
You're losing detective points.
What I meant to say was that your fingerprints are on it. Well, fuck. Should have trusted the most logical option. Love you, bye. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. but not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid, I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of... You weren't shot, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you would expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight? What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me, the crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright. I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes, you just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry. That's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. Need to get her ass on Jackbox games. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos.
Considering you have no talent.
It was pretty good for a bad drawing.
Pretty bad for a good drawing, though.
Oh, that's true. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So this morning I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them? That's... I broke her fidget tubbies.
Fidget tubbies.
Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. Oh my god.
So mean-a-core.
They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be, like, tactile? You use them as paperweights or or conversation starters. Conversation starters. She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market at garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room, that cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say he did break her Frigiduckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the Heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them up, I felt so... Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it? Oh, okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask... What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everybody's on edge, a guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right? Police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... That doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m., June 5th, 2086.
Oh no, error code.
Huh?
404.
Oh, yeah. It'll be okay.
It's scary.
And testimony. Evidently an acquired taste. Okay. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. $3,000? Credits, whatever. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, man, I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh.
I really love how much that just sounds like something someone reading could make up as a joke.
Yeah.
And yet...
And yet. Well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer? If only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy. What's up? You know there's a saying about gamblers with strategies? Yo, ready to confess yet? 'Cause I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials, and they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty, and frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right. What she said. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor.
Race has such rat girl energy. Good
Yeah.
for her.
I think she's cool. I like that she's a little hater.
Have you seen her profile?
I think so.
Her serial killer ass enjoys.
It's so... Ugh. That, like, cable channel that just runs, like, an auction show all night.
God, I wonder if they still exist.
I feel like it has to. Because I feel like it's not the kind of thing that there was ever money or anything else like that in. So it just exists for the love of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I guess she's small. Let me check, like, let me look at the... 162 versus even Morgan is 175. Most guys are pretty similar heights, but different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. What's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment, with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night, and now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology, but not for murder. He was apologizing for the ceramic crap. He He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? Beginner's luck? Win your first hand. I found myself asking that exact same question. What are we looking at here? What was that?
Oh, I should open Steam and check your achievements for this.
I think I've got a pretty good hit rate so far. I think there's like 11.
Yeah, but there's one that's insanely funny.
Oh. A couple did get a laugh out of me so far.
Well, have you achieved media literacy?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one.
It's really funny. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room. It's created from data you captured, right? Pure non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data, yeah. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Notice anything out of
What's
place?
non-GMO with you?
Yeah? The whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase, because that vase is still pristine. How is that possible? The lady at that garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I try and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does it even matter? That's also an Ace Attorney-ass, like... what's the explanation for this broken ceramic? The completely unbroken vase, obviously. If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget tubbies. That's what he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note, and we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Those things. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down?
Yeah, it's her toys!
That's literally her toys. Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof.
I'm just noticing that Lotta is spelled like Lotta Hart.
I'm gonna save this. Maybe? Maybe the revolver has something to do with it. Then, we'll try it. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the Fickle Betty ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You can check your phone at any time.
They're cringe no matter what they're named.
Examine your inventory of clues in depth. I hadn't even thought of that. I was just like trying to logic it out. Oh no, that's the other one. You can also check your phone anytime if you're a real lawyer or cop or retail worker. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever, he broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed, because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that'd log the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. Said that rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gone pretty late, Sunshine, just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded?
Odd.
Setting aside Detective Ray has a surprising depths of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You're correct. They held no real monetary value. I didn't know you could check your phone in here. Well, technically I could check my phone wherever for a small fee. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like Asylum Wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun, which just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is... What, you're gonna claim it's not his, that he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me, in her typical low-key fashion. She must have something, no sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm just curious, what'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? Whoa. Hello?
UI design!
Okay, well I can only stay. He doesn't wear an extra small. XSS? Oh, X. Well, that's
small.
Extra small.
Extra super small.
Extra super small. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah? Sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention?
He couldn't possibly fit his big titties into an extra super small.
There's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime. To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. Going there now without hard evidence. I can't prove a third party. As probable as it is. So I shouldn't try. I assume. I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart. Hey. But not illegal, either. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. Here, I thought the room smelled like... Psst, Morgan, what are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means
Don't worry
that
your pretty little head over it.
Hey, Carlos, don't worry your pretty little head over it. Because everything's gonna be okay. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Carlos, don't worry. We're gonna get all the strawberries. Not really.
No.
Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One blood-stained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No, that would be silly. She actually thought it over. I didn't even... So what the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry. Just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proving your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old-world, pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can... What was that? What sense you use doesn't matter. Around a bit. I kind of think I know what we're going for here.
I missed it. What did the gun say again?
Fingerprints and rifling match. Fingerprints match his, rifling matches the other kills. No other matches to archive forensic data. I don't know for sure if I have... I think what they're going for is that the blood, if he was present when she was shot, the blood would have splattered on more of the jacket. Just tell me what you see. I see a coat with a lot of dead woman blood on it. And you? Oh no. That wasn't it. That's not gonna work. The truth is plainly there, but this isn't the kind of detail you can see with your naked eye. Here, let me look at the code again then.
I'm debating nudging because I'm actually kind of surprised that the notes don't bring something up again. Like, I know. What I'm doing is like, looking at the notes, I just kind of feel like, but I just kind of feel like the game is not actually holding on to the important information. Okay, everyone's right.
Yeah.
They know better than me.
Admittedly, if all I lose from making a wrong guess is one of my 20 credits, then worse things could happen.
Yeah, ignore me. I'm sorry, everyone.
I'm not gonna be here, I don't think. Maybe in... keep going. That's not right. Credits do actually matter for bonus scenarios. That is good to know.
Yeah, although, like, if I remember right, it's doing especially badly in the tutorial case, and I think you can go back and try for more.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, I can just replay it knowing what I already know in my own time. Let me think. There wouldn't be any... I can't think of anything that you would be able to feel that would be different, because... Oh, maybe. Because he went outside and it was humid. So the coat might feel kind of damp overall, but then I guess whether he killed her or not, if he had been outside. Plus it's been hours since then, I don't know. Well... Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of... cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. What? Yeah, in hindsight, I can...
Yeah. I do agree. I'm just kind of surprised that the gun description, when they talked so much back when the gun was first introduced, um, like didn't describe the different, like, what made it notable on that level of, like, not using gunpowder compared to modern guns. Which, maybe that would be giving away too much.
Maybe.
But it is an important detail that I think is easy to, like, not think about in the moment. Just if you don't remember that modern guns don't have it. Yeah, but it was a bit ago. Some people have bad short-term memory.
Yeah, I can believe I just kind of didn't quite register enough mentions of smells. Yeah, I didn't think for it to be something I was paying attention to. But in hindsight, I do think that is a pretty
No,
large
but I
goal.
just mean the keeping it in mind that it came up, like, once that modern guns don't have gunpowder. It's extremely minor. This is essentially a nitpick.
Perhaps. What about gunpowder? Joke over that of the Devil is a series of reading comprehensive tests in disguise. I mean, that is one of the first achievements you can get. Modern 2084 guns.
Yeah.
All kinds of crazy tech that I don't completely remember. Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. Pulling up on my ops
Wait,
with
did
the
it really only bring it
dolphin
up here?
echolocator.
I'm the bimbo. Sorry.
And they don't leave behind any residue. Admittedly, like... See if it'll let me go back enough. Oh.
It would be a lot of back.
Well, not really.
Well, they talked about the gun in passing, like, prior to your interview with your client.
Yeah, there is, It wasn't much, but there was, like, right as the coat became relevant, the little mention of, like, smell.
Oh, no, I agree. That's all there. That's definitely all there.
On its own isn't much, but I can believe that there was more I just missed.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the bimbo here. It's totally fine.
Gunpowder residue. You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one? It'll leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. Gunpowder musk.
Don't say gunpowder musk.
Interesting, I never thought of it that way before.
Gunpowder pheromones.
So thin his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her or he changed his clothes. That's not impossible. But it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flatt is facing. What's that?
Oh, I just said badonk.
I love the badonk. He could be silly like that. Little... Bah.
Ooh, got pretty sheepball with that.
But as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times, but once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Oh wait, no, that's like, I think that's like a you're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. She doesn't like liars. I remember that from... her profile. So I don't think she would be very prone to lying herself, no matter how badly she wants to get this guy locked up, so she must have something. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure, there was. But this isn't from optics. Ah, fuck. Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Oh, you take a hit here regardless, okay. Which means...
Yeah, it's always good to learn that there are some cases where you just can't avoid taking a hit.
Yep. Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Okay.
Doc Scratch!
Fuck. Well, okay. The quality is lacking. And yet there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. Feast your eyes on this, the Bigfoot sighting. Now, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst-case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are, well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this imaging further, and I could count the pixels on one hand.
Eater.
My client is right. If I had $1 for each pixel in this image, I would actually have $225. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. but I think I know a DA that could. Either way, doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded armor at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left.
This track.
Hey, wait a minute. Ghost capture, multi-spectrum image enhancement. So it's already been cleaned up as much as... Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, like, this silhouette still has an arm, but it's kind of lying there loosely enough. It could just be an empty sleeve.
All the pieces.
Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. That doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent, I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from, exactly? Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DN on the phone's owner and ask them where, why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tell us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. The mirror. The mirror would have blocked that window, and the angle doesn't look right from the other window. Don't know if I read this one. I should get a drink of water first. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. From the north? If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide.
I should seize on the opportunity to start something.
From the angle, I don't think it was taken from the west. Right, from the north. No, because that would mean... something the matter, counselor. Sorry, just thinking things through. Right. So law school was mostly take-home tests, I'm guessing. God damn it. Now's not the time for hesitation. I need to speak up and take back the momentum.
I love how 3 digits go scrolling when it just minuses 1.
Yeah.
Just to instill, like, panic in you, even when it's technically a small hit.
Yeah. It's just 1, but it could have been more. So watch out. This photo can't have been taken from the north. What are you talking about? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. An ARC photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider... It's a... Carlos's statement, right? Yeah, okay. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it? The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Time of... Hold on.
What's bringing up the time of death? I just got back.
So, we pointed out... Where was it? That from Carlos's description, the clock in the room was still on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
When this photo was taken. Do I have the photo in here? Yeah. And pointing out the clock, London was like, does that mean the time of death was wrong?
Okay.
And I don't think that's what I'm trying to point out, because I don't know exactly where it is, but if you pointed out the clock still being on the wall. There's any reason to believe that the time was wrong. It's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. Oh, two of them. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree. The time of death was 9 p.m. Right. No mistaking that. So then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads. But, do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock.
What?
That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the ARCS? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. Do you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You've got your logic backwards, Detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell.
Also, now there were cards.
What's this?
Since a tutorial would tell you normally, do you want to know?
Yeah.
That is a gambling mechanic.
Oh boy.
You can increase, if you go poking at it, you can increase how much you're staking on what you're about to put forward.
Interesting.
It's funny because my wife played this first between us, and she didn't notice it at all. And then I noticed it on my playthrough, but couldn't tell what it was for. And then my good friend Anodyne played through it on my request later that night, and both found it and figured it out like immediately.
Okay. Oh, the glass would have landed on the body, yeah. So it couldn't have already been broken. Oh, I see, okay. Slammed a max stake bet on it. I was hooting and hollering about my confidence. I won't do that right now. Glass shards, what about them? But if I need more chips to, like, unlock some stuff, then I'll know for the future, I suppose.
My brain was way too Phoenix Wright pilled when I was playing, and when I first saw the scene of the crime, I saw the mirror being broken and was like, well, obviously she was killed by someone outside shooting through the mirror.
Good heavens. Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. And not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal, and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective, but in this case it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult. And maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. And back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You've played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... Oh, we are seeing... Well, hold on. Let me think about it.
Thinker.
I'm a little like... Oh, there's a compass. Okay, so... Yeah, the bed is over here and the window's there. The northern window. Probably wasn't the mirror. That would have been a weird angle and I'm trying to do like the mental calculations. Yeah, no. It would have been the other way around. Aren't looking at the hallway. I mean, okay. I've got 24 credits. I can afford to get it wrong. Maybe it was the mirror? I'm gonna try this. What is that? You trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from a standing mirror. Yay! Yippee! A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered, because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk Costa's got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, he received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, he tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limbs, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He couldn't have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. That's the best you've got? Even a bare-bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full-spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around at minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well? Any objections? Detective? God. Damn. It. I love graphic design.
Maximalism lives, baby!
Show me your hand flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Bring down the house. Prove your client's innocence. Now I gotta go call the DA. And tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger and she just felt like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work has its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same, Counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. Ooh.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Unfortunate.
I mean, I'm not happy that it died for someone.
No. I'm not good at typing. Oh, Force Refresh sorted it. Yay. There's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats. You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? But what am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into Heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what I... Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but... I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. To try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to... No, I mean... Thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place, easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Okay. 8:59 p.m. June 4th.
I will never get tired of people seeing that.
Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of the hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. But cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here, must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend, back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey, yeah, did you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows?
You know, I did in fact pop off to Anodyne in PMs when you said, God, imagine a Phoenix Wright where Agent 47 was a witness or a person, a murderer.
It's real as fuck.
Imagine if 8047 was an attorney.
And still doing all that shit. I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5% crime scenes. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably more tasteless bullshit.
I really, really love how when it's first revealed, there's all kinds of things you can fill in your mind about like, oh, she's out, she's some kind of vigilante, or the place was knocked over because someone was trying to find something important that's going to secretly tie all the victims together. And I don't know if there's eventually something that ties all the victims together because the game isn't complete.
But for now, nope.
But then you get inside her head and it's just like, no, she's just in it for the love of the game.
She's kind of a freak, and we love that. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration, and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type.
What?
In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Even like, yeah, that chat message with this moment, like, brings up that Heartbreak has good shooting, because she isn't the one to say, like, great. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? Also, yeah, the first time that she made this remark about it being like a cheesy name. What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business?
You know the mystery's good because, like, watching it get replayed, nearly every line has additional context that just makes you constantly hold your head and go insane.
Uh-huh. All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. And all for the Heartbreak Killer. Sounds
Goes
like a soap
online
opera
and
villain
name searches itself.
from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times, or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. 5:01 a.m., June 5th. Sorry, using my left is still... That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching. Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. Holy shit! That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Funny, I didn't even know her name. Holy shit. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I
I'm
left
not.
the
I'm a
apartment.
freak about Morgan.
I know she was too. So when she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me.
Hey. Hey. Time to do the most iconic Phoenix Wright thing.
To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARCS data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it. Meds for a martyr. Non-lethal doses present. What is... Where did you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCS, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexazone, prescribed to help martyrs with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps, too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week.
What is wrong with you, Morgan? Why are you like this?
To my eyes, anyway. God. Ugh. She's such a little freak. I don't know if that's like...
See, the thing is, you say that knife in the gut, but I'm not convinced. In fact, neither was she well, I'll give you a second.
In a way, it feels a little knife in the gut, but yeah, like... I don't know, was that to, like, take more pleasure in it herself, or to, like, sincerely try to console him, or both? I could believe both. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again.
Well...
But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why? Why did I even bother?
He doesn't genuinely know.
It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time.
I have a question. Would you happen to mind if I picked up a character's voice?
How much more is there?
Not much. You're nearly at the end of the tutorial.
Okay,
There's just like this one scene.
I guess so.
And it's not a long one. Okay.
Though there won't be a next time for Heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no more bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one ever found you.
Found you.
Oh! I didn't even know this character was here. District Attorney Rockford. A little freak?
Sorry, can I try that again?
Oh!
I'm so fried.
A little goober. By all means.
Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night, you're always so... put together.
Thank you.
I don't get it. How do you sleep at night?
Pardon?
You do white noise, aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. Must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters.
Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read.
Buy a new mattress?
What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma?
Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you.
Me?
Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case.
Have a peek at her profile real quick. No new info on Heartbreak? Oh!
Yeah, there is! I adore that they just add a comma into the occupation.
A different list of likes and dislikes. Criminal defense attorney, yeah. Likes high places, gambling, guns. Dislikes nosy people, mud, and headphones. Hobby, batting cages. Favorite dish, mapo tofu. Cannot carry a tune. Assistant District Attorney, coffee, toffee, haute couture. Dislikes sunburn, dead pixels, and ice train. Eggs Benedict, plays chess, shogi, and idle savant stars. Cat person, yes. What a delight.
Stereotypical genius game. Stereotypical genius game.
Fuck. Hello, thank you so much, Bestie. This ran longer than I thought it would. So, we're very close to wrapping up stream over here as well, but I definitely appreciate the raid so much. Hold on. Let me give you a shout out. How did stream go? Toss you a shout out. This game fucking rocks. We are probably past the point of major spoilers for the day.
Yeah, though the spoilers, the big spoiler might come up again if anyone hasn't played and wants to check it out for themselves.
That is worth noting. We're past all the puzzle solving and digging into details, but there's a big twist that we are past that might be brought up in dialogue or something.
Here, December.
I'm not gonna poke through. I guess there's not much else to poke through anyway.
Nope. That's my case.
Well, then you must have been relieved, finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me.
No? Why would I be worried about going up against you?
It's always the unintended barbs with her. So, you're working with those detectives?
Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for the trial.
Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. What the hell?
Ew!
Get out.
Excellent work, 47. I guess I gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little.
Consider myself cute. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you they had HK in custody, and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here?
Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours.
Oh no.
Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case of a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all.
Oh. I guess one more little puzzle game.
I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that outsmarted the state for weeks?
She's not using his middle name.
He was found with a murder weapon.
But I can answer that any number of ways. That may be true, but
But then I glanced at the report.
you glanced at it.
No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes.
Right.
Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about, this dominant armed modded with the documented sensitivity issues never could make could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention he's too tall for ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints.
She got all that from a glance?
And I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here.
Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic.
Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile.
Profile?
Yeah, Oh, right. Sorry, you probably never heard of it.
I know what a goddamn profile is.
A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's criminal psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much needed to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera.
Or before they even leave the house.
I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it.
So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique?
Well, the theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggests they can't overpower their victims physically.
They are kind of like Death Note.
And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories.
The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you?
He's diligent. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm.
It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom.
That's
It's
very
almost like
fun.
she's enjoying herself.
This game is so good!
A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time.
A lone wolf, educated, but
All her playfully lethal instincts coming to life.
probably overqualified or undervalued.
Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor I would be the...
Know what I mean?
Definitely.
And considering the marksmanship,
The detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean Heartbreak's in law enforcement?
never in 10 billion years.
Oh,
Antisocial, independent, despises authority. I'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. He'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation.
right, that's exactly how I'd put it.
Just like cops. Must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary? These types can't help but insert themselves.
Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how did they know about the blackout timing?
By meta-statistics analysis, probably.
Pardon?
Take the emergency response times across the city and map them out, look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips, and... Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. A map, a spreadsheet, a calculator. Anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to.
That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Well, at least this Heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon.
He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills.
Were there other shootings with the same MO?
No, not that I've found.
Other victims that fit the description?
No. I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people.
That's true.
Hell. They kind of look like me.
Do they?
Sure. What, you don't see it?
I hadn't thought about it.
Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think Heartbreak is a misnomer.
You've got something catchier in mind?
I just don't think shooting him in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills, guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signatures in the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection.
That's hard to wrap your head around.
I'm saying that these 6 murders were just fluke, a slip up,
A mistake?
Exactly! A mistake! They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed.
Are you talking about the crime scene?
Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right?
Based on what you've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing.
On the contrary.
I don't follow.
This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum.
You make them sound like a child.
Childish, and cowardly, and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win.
Your profile tell you all that?
That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one.
So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type.
In a city with an 8-digit population.
Well, good luck.
I don't need luck. I only need more information.
Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources.
No, Morgan, I need more crime scenes.
Oh,
Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies.
not a very fair trade, is it?
Oh, it isn't. Not getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil.
Fair enough.
Woof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more. Or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. I think a higher thread count would help.
Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom.
Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah?
No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you?
Don't tempt me.
If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture.
Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats.
Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view.
Might as well look down her shirt.
Oh my god.
Related to this game, I made a post a while ago, and I'm just gonna link in chat.
Episode 0 end.
And then there's like a quick few lines teaser, and you're good.
I've seen her. Android. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. Sign-in required. I have neglected making a Blue Sky account for until now, and I may continue to do so.
For you, I'll just link it directly in your channel.
Okay. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. It's not that I have anything wrong with Blue Sky, it's just like... I haven't. Simple as that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really. Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Okay. Okay.
Video games.
I'm gonna tap over my in-stream. I do need to go and eat soon, so I'm not gonna linger long since we're already an hour over time, but...
Yeah, the credits don't have that much interesting in them from what I remember.
What a fun time.
The real good games.
Super glad I played that. Like, yeah, definitely fair and clear comparisons to stuff like Ace Attorney, Death Note. It's got its hooks in me. I'm gonna have to try to, like, find the time and the funds to do the rest of it.
There's been a lot of games that want to, like, you know, games that want to be, like, their own spin on Phoenix Wright because it has a lot of fans.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this is the only one that, like, really, really nails the vibes while also... Like, it's kind of bizarre how well it nails the vibes while taking such a wild swing in another direction.
That's kind of part of it, I think. Like, if you want to nail the vibes of something successful in a good way, you can't copy it too closely because you still need to stand on your own. Like, that's part of what makes so many of the greats great, is that they stand on their own.
Mm-hmm. It's like how I feel Lies of P is the one, like, non-FromSoft game that really nailed the Souls-like.
Mm-hmm. It's the only one that I've seen get basically any significant attention. Like, I've heard of others here and there, but...
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for hopping in and participating. Thank you, everybody in chat, for being here as well. The art is so good, the vibes are so good. I don't have an immediate plan for Friday or for next Monday. Maybe I'll start chapter 1 of this, I have a couple other ideas that I've just not settled on yet, but we'll play something. Look into some more, like, games with horror-y vibes for Friday, maybe. I have been thinking... Oh, one more follower till goal. Nice. I never know for sure if those mean anything, but... It feels nice to make number go up, at the very least.
Number do go up.
I have been thinking, like, for anyone who follows me on Tumblr, I don't want to say for sure that I will get to them, but, like, I do, like... I'm pretty sure I have, like, anonymous asks on for anyone who would rather send them that way. Like, if anyone does have, like, video game recommendations, you're always free to send them my way.
BRB gonna send you a finely curated list of horror games.
I would not be upset. Yeah, and also, like, you can keep track there for announcements for streams. I might talk about some of the things I am planning on playing, or share more expanded thoughts on things I've finished recently. Yeah, I don't know how many, like... most of the people, most of the folks in here are probably already following me on Tumblr, but it's the same for anyone who isn't and would like to. It's the same username. I don't really have any other socials at the moment. Maybe I'll make a Blue Sky sooner than later, but I don't think there's anything else big to talk about. Thank you all again for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go. I hope y'all have a good rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Bye.